Hello. Hopefully I'm audible. Where am I? Where am I? Let's place myself right there. Get the text out of here, please. Thank you. Turn the background. Oh, it turns all of them on instead of the one that's just on. It's kind of annoying, but okay, whatever. Okay. Hello, anybody who is here while I'm still setting up. Yesterday was an eventful day. It hit me again earlier today. I was like, oh my god, I got whatchamacallit, a hype train. I'm so not used to any of that I didn't even know what it was called for a second. I got a hype train yesterday and I got to level 4. I still can't believe that. That was so much. Okay. But yeah, today we're hopefully going to finish part 4, episode 4, case 4, whatever you want to call it, of the Great Ace Attorney. Oh, and I'm excited because apparently this is where the game starts getting very interesting, which is a little slow for an Ace Attorney if you ask me, but I digress. I'm excited for it to get interesting anyway. And apparently the next one, the next case gets the next game, rather, the next set of 5 cases is just almost completely interesting. So I'm looking forward to that once I get to it. Let's pull up the game, shall we? Hopefully wait for people to come in. Oh. Anyway, how are you guys doing? Hope you guys have been having a good day. I think my Thursday was interesting, to say the least. I was working today, and my biggest client, I have to use a remote desktop to get into their server and stuff. My remote desktop in particular only worked for like the first 15 seconds when I connected to it, and then it would stop working. So I had to keep disconnecting and reconnecting to it in order to keep doing to do anything. So I, for the most part, was not of very much help all day. But it does mean that my workload was a little bit easier today, at least. So even though it was annoying when I had to do work, there was less work today for me. So I'll take that. It's a little bittersweet, but I'll take it. Okay, let's switch over to the game. Well, the games, period. Let's see, let me try to remember what happened yesterday in the game. So, we are officially a lawyer now. They gave us our first... Well, it wasn't our first case, technically our second case, but our first case where we can actually prepare for. And we did a little bit of investigation. We really couldn't find anything in his apartment. We found out that that there was a fire upstairs in the owner of his house, of the defendant's house, at the exact same time that the stabbing occurred. So that's interesting. I'm wondering if that has, if there's any relation between that. Oh, look, they changed the background to show the current case that I'm on. That's pretty cool, actually. What? Hold on, I want to see what's under special contents. What is in here? Look at that. Oh, this is a gallery. Portraits? Ooh. Look, it's... Hello, I'm Kazuya Nuri, art director and character designer for the game. Let me show you some of the character design and scene setting artwork produced during the development of Great Ace Attorney Adventures. There's a hero of the whole show, Ryosuke Naruhodo. Main concern here was to strike a good balance between a period look of someone out of Meiji Japan and a believable ancestor to the protagonist of the main Ace Attorney games, Phoenix Wright. Okay. Okay, it's Eleanor. Started off with stoic student uniform befitting the period, but I didn't want it to be too generic, so I altered the cut of the back and sleeves and added some details to suit the Japan in the world of Greatest Attorney. Okay. Buttons on the back accentuate and draw the jacket to create smart svelte lines. Picture was drawn as reference for Ryunosuke's principal in-court camera angle. He has a sword drawn because, well, I want to see what it would look like. Ryunosuke's traveling to Britain outfit. I don't think he ever wears that. I included the school cap and cape as they lend an obvious period air, being so different to modern clothing. Sketches from very first proposals. No scenarios had been written at the time, so I had Ryunosuke younger than he ended up. And his hairstyle was based more heavily on his descendants than something faithful to the period. Okay. It does look like him in like the left side, but he is very young in the very far right. But the third to the right one is pretty close to what they have now. Oh, look at all the different hairstyles. Oh my god. Male hairstyles during the period Meiji Japan were nowhere near as diverse as they are today. They were either cropped, short side, parted, or swept back. I wrestled with various opinions to create something that was realistic and faithful. I'm just gonna start. Oh, look at the chibi version. All badges and stuff, extra stuff. Aw, she's cute. Early sketches, she was a lot younger. Okay. Herlock Sholmes. Do they have any early? I would like to see early sketches of him. Yeah, there you go. Look at that. Wow. Iris, who we just met. Look! Oh, that's cute. Little things. And this is early Iris. Okay, okay. Let's go back. Let's go back. We can continue now. Just wanted to see what was going on there. Alright, trial part 1. Let's begin. Oh yeah, I was trying to remember what happened. Well, no, I did say. There was a fire upstairs. Okay. A girl, lady, someone was stabbed in the street in front of the apartment of the defendant. As he was returning from the bookstore, he did not see anybody who could have possibly stabbed her. He was just kind of walking by her when she got stabbed. He freaked out and he ran back to his apartment. At the same time as the stabbing occurred, a fire broke out in the upstairs apartment where the owner of the place lives. And that's pretty much all we know. That's not a lot of info, but we'll see. Yeah, court record. Yeah, look at that. We have 2 things. A map of the area and that. Briar Road, Calabash Road, and Meerschaum Street. 20 February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Well, I never expected this. Who would have thought we'd be back here again so soon? We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. No, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning. Who's this? Ah, he has not stopped. Look how red his eyes are. He had a very eccentric voice, but I gave him a kind of modern accent. Oh, Mr. Natsume, good morning. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. so I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes. I caught a glimpse of the public galleries as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Miss Usato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Van Zeeks? Is that right, Miss Usato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one. I knew it. Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? Trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeeks' return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. Trial of Magnus McGilded. Oh, what a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only have just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they're all speculating various answers. Mundane, mundane, mundane! It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us. It's also not a murder. Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. It is again, also not a murder. It's just a stabbing. I mean, not just a stabbing, but it's a stabbing, not a murder. She's still alive. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it can spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, it's you! Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times it's you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper! Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I'm afraid that there's really only one explanation. It can only be another example, Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Wow, thanks. Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? And I need to reorganize this. For some reason, it's in the wrong place. Nope, it doesn't let me reorganize it. That's rude. By the least lucky lawyer alive! Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student new to London with little in the way of experience or skills or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end. And I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, what? Oh, benevolent locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. Oh, benevolent, non-locum assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquiress. I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness for as long as I live. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Hold on, something just got into my sock. What the heck? What the heck is this? What? How did that get in there? I think I got a piece of dirt in my sock. I've been sitting down for like since the stream started. 20 minutes. How did that get in my sock? Alright then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Yes! This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Cosma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. 20th February, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the consuls for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord.
The Nipponese are truly a fascinating breed.
Sorry, what?
Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago, a mere amateur.
Do you have a point?
Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try and help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance.
Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Susato-san. After all, our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent.
Very true, and a most fascinating, if dark trial it was too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate violent end. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in the court as impartial members of the public?
Oh my god, why is he here? He's not impartial, he can't be a juror.
You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone.
Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Oh well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. I'm afraid to say, I think it's quite possible that mustached foreigner did the deed.
Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Hey, sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Very well, let us proceed.
Sorry, what was that? I didn't quite catch that. Okay, time to continue. Are we winning? Is this what winning looks like? It sure is. Brain is incredibly bad at randomly choosing jurors. You are correct. 2 of the people who are jurors are connected to people who are present. So that's not how you do that.
Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zieks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with the rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student with warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of a most sinister act. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street.
Why did you throw your wine glass again? How many glasses do you have? You just poured that wine. What is wrong with you? There's one case where it's sort of justified, but it keeps happening. Yeah, no. Are they allowing him wine during a trial? Is that trial wine? Can we have trial wine? I would love some trial wine. Being completely honest.
A knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst bloody oath they are.
Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese.
Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Hey, sorry, didn't quite catch that.
Could y'all? That's court. The trial hasn't started yet. You can't vote now. Oh my god! I swear to God, I'm so people. Sorry, I didn't read what he said. Hold on.
Pray forgive the discourtesy in smashing my hollow chalice here in the great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand.
Did they just not know how to write lines for an elderly man? No, I'm sure he'll get better later. He just had the same line twice because he's deaf or something. I don't know. Van Zieks needs to be as extra as possible, honestly. He put his leg on top of the desk, and data miners found that there was an unused pose for him where he's just completely laying on top of the prosecutor's desk. And it's just like, why? What is wrong with you, Van Zieks?
Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please.
Is it him? Yes. Do you always have fish and chips with you? I'm sure you're not allowed to eat in court, but...
Your name and occupation, please.
Oh, there you go. Put it away. In his pocket, I guess.
Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since.
What? So they don't even know who she is for sure?
Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger? Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at the street map.
As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. 30-second video relevant to the Van Zieks posing discussion. Okay, I'll do that after we do this first thing. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. I'll show that as soon as he fills himself another glass of wine. I'll do that. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far.
Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please.
The case file has been entered into the court record. Cool.
What of the weapon that was used?
Hold on, let me look at that real quick. You gotta look at it real quick. Young woman, victim, Olive Green, female, Southville, early 20s, pavement of Briar Road, East Side. Reporting offer, Rolly Beat. Why is that relevant? That's the first time we've seen someone write down reporting officer in it. That's interesting. Victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away from by the reporting officer It was successfully arrested the following day. Okay. Sir, I have that right here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch. That big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. It's a switchblade? With a heavy blade like that, almost nobody would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even the scraggly looking Soseki-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I would say. Oh, common or garden jackknife, I would say, rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. Cool. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? Okay, let's open it up. Nothing of note. Yeah, just a regular knife, huh? Is it me or is there no point to this knife? That's weird. Hold on. There's no point here. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo. Just at the tip. Please don't say just the tip to me. This is not... A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. You're right. Well spotted, Mr. Sato. I wonder what could have happened to it. Yes, you don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you? Oh dear, I hope not. That sounds terribly painful. Okay, but if it has no tip, how could they stab? How could she stab? How can you stab? Can't find anything out of place. Okay. Oh no, the 20-year-old stout lady still has just the tip. No! From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems she was a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, we are looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim. I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
If theft and grievance have been ruled out as a motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yeah, he put the fish and chips in his pocket earlier, but he took them back out? I don't know. He shouldn't be eating in court. Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
Also, hello Bushamo. Yes, hello Bushamo, Lee, and Delta for coming in, and Kipe. Thank you for being here. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. Well, he didn't pour himself one, but he did just launch a bottle into the court behind him, which is very unsafe. So let's watch this quick 30-second video that Kipe just sent me. I think that'll be really relevant, right, Kipe? Right, Kipe? Let me just pull that up real quick. Does the prosecutor always break something? Honestly, it seems like it at this point. Whoops, that's not the right. Whoops. Where is monitor? There you go. That's the wrong monitor. Why are you showing that one? Hold on. Other display, please. Thank you. Why did I turn into Sonic? Turn off the Sonic layer. Turn that one back on. All right, let's see this beautiful video of him sitting down. Look at this. Was this pose of him on top of someone actually? I think that must be edited in. Incredible. This is Van Zeeks, definitely. Beautiful. Thank you for that 30-second video. Let's get back to the game. Wonderful. Oh my god. Yeah, the Sonic drip was for my Sonic retrospective that I was doing, which I'll continue probably maybe late October, like in like November-ish. Hell yeah, Ken Ashcorp. Was Ken Ashcorp one of like the suggested videos? I didn't notice. Yeah, I followed Ken Ashcorp for a very, very long time. I wouldn't say I was friends with Ken Ashcorp, but I was in his friend network. Oh, okay. Yeah, I have listened to his music for a really long time, so. But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. Hold on, actually, did I say the first? Oh, he just had objection. Okay, yeah. What? Could that be a clothing redeem? I mean, maybe. I'll think about it. The thing is, I'm planning on working on a VTuber, so I don't. You know what? Maybe I'll make it a clothing redeem for the VTuber. Wait, in his no, no, he lives in London. Ken Ashcorp is from London. No, I was friends. I was friends with his partner at the time, on like back in like the She's Your days and stuff. So like when they would have like some Skype chats sometimes, I have literally been in a Skype chat with Ken Ashcorp and Ego Raptor from Game Grumps back in like the late 2000s, when they were both fairly terrible people, but everybody was a terrible person on the internet back then. So I definitely don't hold it against them. I heard Aaron yell at Ross in a Skype call once. Yes. that's my tiny first well, it wasn't the first time I heard of them because I knew about them before, but I just happened to be a friend of a friend friend of a like significant other of a friend of theirs. So I was like snuck into a Skype call, and then they were like, there's too many people here we don't know, and then they moved to another one. But I was there for like 3 minutes of time when I was a teenager and really should not have been in someone's like friend circle. I was not anybody's friend there enough to be in a Skype call. It was a really weird time. The internet was very weird in the 2000s. So I missed a sentence again, didn't I? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. Hold on, I need to turn on my air conditioner. It suddenly got really hot in here. Mr. Natsume's arrest. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor, those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. It's not a valid reason to arrest him, but he was there and he was the only person there, so I guess. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord, I have a photograph right here of the scene of the crime taken immediately after the incident. Whoa, a color photograph, look at that, wow, fancy! My gosh. Yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. I'm pretty sure color photographs were not a thing during this time period, but okay. The books are the killer, calling it now. Honestly, part of me is thinking, one, it might have been thrown from the upstairs by the like bickering couple when the fire happened, because she was throwing things at her husband. Or two, this was a setup by the victim, and she is pretending, well, I guess she wouldn't pretend to be stabbed, but she did something to like stab herself to go into the hospital. I don't know, but it's very suspicious that the knife doesn't have a tip, right? The time period is like around the turn of the 18th, 19th century. It's when Japan and Britain and England and Russia are starting to like kind of mingle and starting to like trade ideas and stuff. If she never went to buy books, she'd still be conscious right now. Yep, I mean, that's true. The books are the killer. Color photography existed but it was primitive. Okay, oh, I didn't know that. I just saw the knife. What time period is it? Okay, yeah, it is 19th. It's not the 20th century yet. It is the 19th century. They said in one of the earlier cases it's the turn of the 19th century, but they were referring to the turn of the 19th century, so it wasn't clear whether it was before or after. So it's somewhere around the early 1900s. Wait, 1900s? No, early 1800s, sorry. That's the 19th century. Or mid 1900s, I don't know. I mean 1800s again. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat, denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. What do you mean? What do you... There's no overwhelming evidence to anything to defend or prosecute. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Miss Usato?
Do go on.
Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that you mention it, when we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. Japan was still closed in the early 1800s, but this is supposed to be the 1890s and 1900s. Okay, they said the 19th century at one point, the turn of the 19th century. So maybe they meant the turn, by the turn of the 19th century, they meant it turning into the 20th century. Okay, so that makes more sense. I believe color photography was possible, but required a lot of work and 3 different exposures. Yeah, that's true. Okay. As I was walking along that cursed pavement, I could make the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing green overcoat she was. I just went to overtake her. Okay, yeah. She suddenly let out a scream and collapsed into the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified, had to get away from here. So I ran. Okay.
A green overcoat?
Well, that's exactly what the woman in the print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean he is guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back.
There was nobody else there at the time, just the 2 of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. Ugh. It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please.
Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance.
As I said, it was at 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog.
There's an unusually light fog? I didn't hear that. Light fog, you say?
Well, like for London, you could see the opposite side of the street for once, not much farther though.
That's light, is it?
Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course.
I read that London is famous for its fog, but in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance.
How quaint. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate.
I see.
At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm.
It's just us alone in an alley. Hopefully one of us isn't stabbed. Oh well. I just saw that's great.
Indeed, the other day I was nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling.
Ugh, Sir Sato-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen.
However, on this day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused.
Then what about the reporting officer then? How are you able to say that with any certainty?
Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witness to this crime has told us.
Oh yeah, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witness yesterday, didn't he? That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard.
That is correct, ma'am.
Oh my god, I haven't seen that one in a while. Then we must hear their testimony.
The prosecution will, of course, call for them to the stand, should it be necessary.
But wait a minute. 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of the winter. It would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog may have been, no one could have seen.
I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights.
Oh,
the prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness.
Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to.
It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement.
The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Okay. Whoops. Nope. Press this. From behind, you say?
That's right, as you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. As you say, this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in critical condition, comatose no less. I'm afraid so, my lord, yes. She has been treated at Bots. I was hopeful she'd come round before trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events.
Luck is on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky.
Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly white eyes, I'm afraid. Ah. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor.
Mr. Natsume's belongings,
I think you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books, they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield the knife, for example.
He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there.
You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust his knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord, yes.
Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis.
Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused's lodgings in this place is here, Bourbon Books. A little place in the corner of Broad Road and Meerschaum Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Broad Road at the opposite end, which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like this. Local maps information has been updated in the court record. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yeah, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being the bookshop's location, maybe? Because she was stabbed here going down that way, right? Your books. Oh, the name of the bookshop is different. The bookshop's name. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe. Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes. It could be a very important clue. Very well, not that I can see it being of any great significance, but please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say. Could the man be any more sardonic? He was on his way home from Bourbon Books, second-hand bookshop he apparently patronizes. Incorrect. He was at your books. Your books, my books, everybody's books. If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused rooms, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume? Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. Eh? What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just there. Well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it. Objection! But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it. Objection! Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Objection! I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map right here, if that may be of help. Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would have almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account that the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It could absolutely be right. Inspector Gregson, where is this your books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. It turns out that your books is just here on the next corner, mid Charm Street going east. Oh, well, that doesn't really save anything, huh? And there you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regales us with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus. You put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you. I, didn't think I need to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from your books instead of bourbon books, there's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Well, I mean, he could have gone the other way as well, but regardless, I don't think it makes too much of a difference. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Ugh. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow Nipponese friend. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Ugh! As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. What did I say? I've had enough of this now! Beg your pardon, terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Van might need to get one of those glass cuts checked out. Honestly, I don't know how he's breaking all of these in his hand without getting cut up. Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. Ah, she's absolutely right. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very carefully. They claim Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but... Must have, no. I mean... Could have, yes. Must have, no. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yeah, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books in his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, it's not really the long way around, but I guess kind of it is. The answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accuser took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime. But, yeah, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. I don't believe this. I thank you, my learned friend. and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? But even if that is the case, the defense still... I agree with Lord Van Zeeks, wholeheartedly and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean... We members of the jury are completely convinced now. Very well, in that case I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
What the hell? We just started. Could you not? Oh. Now I have to do another thing, another one of the whatever things. God. Sorry, he said,
It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruhodo? No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. To turn this around, somehow. Those are the eyes of a quarry not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with a summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his onkish refusal to throw in his alley. Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
judicial findings. The jurors' contentions. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he? If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why it can only have been the victim? Wait. Actually, that's very interesting. Huh. What if it was someone else in green? Alright, never mind. I'll bury that for now. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. Oh, I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing.
Your books, yes. Nice shop that. But bourbon books? No, not worth a visit.
I don't know which one to...
With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear.
Are they? Are they? I don't know about that. That didn't seem clear to me at all.
When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already.
Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Oh, why do you have to run away like that? How are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? It's impossible. How could I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, there's no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue... Yeah, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make sure the jurors change their mind. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward.
You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination.
Yes, my lord. Just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it. The defense's rebuttal. He already admitted it himself, didn't he? He said that the woman in green collapsed before his eyes. It can only have been the victim. The victim wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. Well, I really don't care. Can we wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Your books, yes, and I shop that. Bourbon books. No, not worth it. Oh, I can press them as well.
Hold it!
Hold it. That's not a reason. A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes.
Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. The likes of you won't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat. Neither do the wife and kids.
Oh, I see. That must be very hard.
I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They have the cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn to dusk, it is.
So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you?
That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was.
What? Another coincidence.
That's right. Meerschaum Street it was.
Meerschaum Street? On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets. Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please.
What's the point of that? Can't we get this business over with now?
Please, sir, it's important.
Fine, I'll do it then.
On the day it happened, I was digging up Meerschaum Street from dawn till dusk. Alright. That's 1. Versus this. Pit versus.
Objection!
Those 2 statements are clearly at odds with one another.
At odds, counsel, explain yourself.
Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear.
Hey, what? I just want to get this done and dusted.
Well, juror number 3? Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on a map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books. And on the same day, we know that there were works being carried out on Meerschaum Street, making it impassable. Which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road. Hey, Sinmin. Welcome back. Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir?
Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way.
So, the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Ryunosuke would be so doomed with actually random jurors. Honestly, yeah. If that person hadn't just happened to be working then. Yes, I suppose he must have.
I suppose that must be right, eh?
Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back home from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice. Yes. My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may.
Yes?
I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. What about you, sir?
Hey, who, me? Well, alright then. There's a hole in the prosecution's argument. It should be filled in, that's what I say.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. Well, we've managed to change a couple minds at least, strengthen our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. We might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. Van Zieks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, by whatever means we have at our disposal.
Thank you, counsel. On with the summation examination, please.
Yes, my lord? Okay. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. It's very interesting, but I don't think that's a relevant statement.
Hold it!
You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to have seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Well, quite. That's precisely my point. Clearly, that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly, that funny little Japanese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit. But let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman. Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. That man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes. But if that's a lie as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible? Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds? I can tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one could have possibly committed this awful crime. If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple.
Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit.
Oh my, you are too kind, my lord. That went well for her. Oh, actually, what's the first guy say again? What did I... Oh, okay. Excuse me, but... Aren't you...
Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago.
Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face. On the side... Or the side of it, anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you?
Yeah, that's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London for work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute.
Sorry?
Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young cat pegged as criminals.
Oh, he's Australian. Okay. Well, he said he went down under. He went down under, and then he came back to London. So he's a Londoner. But I guess he must have picked some Australian as he was there. Oh well, you know, water under the bridge.
Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around, and the police have been badgering me non-stop.
If I could turn back the clock.
Well, anyway, I don't know about the Hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. I'm free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't.
Thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind given our awkward history. Oh dear, I wonder what's becoming Mr. First now. Okay, I mean, she is wearing green. She was stabbed in the back. Now I don't know. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I might as well stay here. Whatever is the matter, young man? You're the wife of Mr. Garadev, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume his room. The master's wife? Where do you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid, you understand? She's keeping up that charade? Ugh, this is going to be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean. Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he? Yes, that's right. Although he's only been in little over a week now. And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this? Oh my goodness me, yes, he's just the sort. What? Spending all his time in the dark and dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous mustache. That man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear. Poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm. Nothing more. Well, you just called him a worm, so... Anyway, I better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She's said enough damning things already. Alright, let's see what this old man has to say.
Hold it!
Sorry, fooled it, you say? Fooled what? No, what I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. Just before 5, you say, exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had. There you go. He's the one who fell over. He's wearing a green jacket. A green overcoat. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head. It was always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute, let's get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road? That's right, I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may be very well extremely significant. Sorry. Extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now. You've changed 2 of the jurors' minds, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, just 2 more to go. Deliver the finishing blow now. It's time to turn the tables here. Okay. Wish I knew how to do Susato takedown. I suppose words will have to suffice for now. Well, we got it. Her and him. Those 2 statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2? Juror number 6? My, whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There is at least one fact that which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are well aware of this. The poor young woman that was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
Can we really be sure of that, madam? My, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6 account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood. Oh my! Oh. My goodness, you mean? That's right. I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench with me here today? Again, apparently random people they chose who all happen to be related to the case. I guess. After hold on, I need water. Let me give myself a hydrate. I can give myself hydrates too, guys. Wow! Yep, I can give myself stuff. I needed water, so. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that. My goodness me! Sorry, you need a pee. And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Oh my. You idiot old man, if you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, we would have boxed this off hours ago. And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat? What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear beautiful green overcoats? Is that it? Wow, I remember where this wow was from. I'm sure I hear it all the time, but I can't remember. Well, you either remember it from Fairy Tail the anime, or you actually know the origin of it, which is Parodius Da, an old arcade shoot-'em-up game. My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but... You would like to change your leaning, I presume? I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you. And I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well... It's so weird that she's looking at us at like a 3/4 profile instead of looking directly at us. It must be very uncomfortable for your neck, lady. Well, that summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The eyes, too, the nose fall. And so the nose have it, not guilty, they say, which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Just break your glass. Thank you. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. How many was that? I think that's number 6 now. He's broken 6 different cups and 1 full bottle of wine. I would like to tell you, could you please just stop? Lord Van Zeeks! It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean?
I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Eh? Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Unlike a certain someone here. Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement you had excavated, sir. That's right, it took me the whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. And now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue now. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? I'm sorry, are you telling someone to jump over 2 yards of construction in the icy winter? No. Yay, me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? Hey, I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had hope of passing anyway. We just turn any gentlefolk back when they come. Kids jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. Ah. Is that true, is it? The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that he was on his way back to his lodgings. Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Ugh, crushed in a single sentence. And old man. Cold man, you can talk. You say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese man behind you at the time? Oh, I can't say as I remember.
Who looks behind them when they're walking?
You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw, but I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Ah!
Just found out that Japan signed the Treaty of the Meter in 1885. 2 meters, 2 yards. 1880. I mean, yeah, this would be after 1890 at least.
Order, order, Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. My lord, if you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the Summation Examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for.
Also, he's not allowed to talk during the Summation Examination. You should know that, Judge. He literally said that yesterday, 2 days ago.
I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. Ugh. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over.
What are you talking about?
My lord, the prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand.
The rope is now off.
Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses.
It's next witnesses? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember, one of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright, no matter who Van Zeeks brings to the stand as his witness, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent, and I'll keep believing him to the very end, till this battle is over.
They're children. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Constable Rolly Beats, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir.
And I'm Mrs. Beats. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife.
I'm sorry, how old is this man? He looks like he's 12. They're 23 and 21. This is not what a 23 and a 21-year-old look like, but alright. Sure. What's the story here?
Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day.
No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired.
Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beats is the most demanding work in the world.
Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually.
Indeed, apart from the rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, and check that meters are reading true. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our street lights.
There are a number of items on that list that don't much sound like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I'd have collapsed long ago.
But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor.
And a man of slumber.
On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beats?
That's right, sir. Isn't it drolly?
Constable Rolly Beats, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir. What a great witness he's gonna be.
Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident.
Yes, sir.
What the witnesses saw? It was our wedding anniversary, and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog in the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then we went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him clear as day.
That's not true.
Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I might say.
Oh dear. This policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the Summation Examination will be quashed.
It's death knell, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate bechancing, and on your wedding anniversary too.
Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed.
Indeed, however, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon.
What do you mean by that?
My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less, so you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure.
Except that the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking.
Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. Alright, let's see. There's no time to change after work.
Hold it!
No time to change after work, you say?
Are you also a member of the police, Mr. Beat? Mrs. Beat? Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply. Well, I think you could probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you? I think Rolly ever looks so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down to the ground, doesn't it, darling? I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Oh no, Rolly, I much prefer you in your uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy.
Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct?
That's right, sir. Yes, sir. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and the Queen to the end. What's that now? My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. Has the noble founding principles of force written on it. As a reminder, all us policemen of our sworn duty to patrol the streets of London around town and uphold the peace of the common man. Star, and for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all that Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrate my wedding anniversary. Miss Beat put up with a lot, being married to a Barbie like me. I just wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Okay, that's very cute. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. I know it says Rolly, but I think Rolly. Yes, I know. There's two people who I know named Rolly, but one of them is a mutual friend of me and Kipe's. If a little over the top, perhaps.
And then, kindly describe what happened next.
I have to lean back just a little bit. Hold on. There you go. Ugh. Let me get more comfy here. Okay. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us.
Hold it!
Two silhouettes, you say? Two silhouettes? That's right. They were coming towards us, walking up the Briar Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume. Yes, unfortunately it does.
And you're certain at the time there was nobody else nearby?
Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights in Briar Road, you see? There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. Looking at him sleep is making me sleepy. Which is terrible. But Briar Road is dead straight and you could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians. Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer please, Mr. B. Are you quite sure of what you just said? Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day and night, every day, keeping watch on the streets, I'd swear to it, sir. As I'm sure, as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. They're still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened.
It's beginning to seem a lot like Christmas. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run.
Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed?
All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, then the other scattered something before running off.
Hold it!
Hi, Labby. Hope you're having a good day. Thanks for passing by.
Scattered something. What do you mean by that?
Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling?
Yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see, old books.
Yes, sir. The culprit has dropped a number of them all around where the victim lay in the pavement.
Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print.
That shrunken Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Hold it!
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him. It was the man in the dock without question, sir. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the top mouth, the snub nose. Everything. Any more insults you want to throw in?
That's right, he looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his books into the pavement and ran away.
I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please continue. Yes, sir.
We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at the nearby police box.
Hold it!
What's a police box?
Was it your husband who went to fetch help?
No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling?
What? Yes, that's right. I asked Miss B to go. I was off duty by that point, but a Bobby's never really truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of the crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent for Tirsha, you see. I told you where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on the crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia on the way to the police box for the beats the incident fell under, so she should go and report. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked help from the Bobby on duty. There's just nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know? All thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of you two model citizens.
Oh please, you're making us blush, isn't he, darling?
Yes, sir. What Patricia said. Let's move on, shall we?
It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him clear as day.
Hold it!
But surely you couldn't have been able to see his face by the light of this gas street lamps, could you?
We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know.
Right.
light from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was the only light, didn't he? She is just choking him. He is dying, yes. And yes, and what of the fog?
We're famous for it across the globe, I believe, but it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm.
Yes, sorry, I'll take your point.
Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see? That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling?
What? Oh yeah. He was accused and no mistake.
The mustache, the hunchback, and the cat-like eyes, the top mouth, the snub nose.
Unmistakable, sir. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, is it? Their entire testimony?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day.
Yes, I feel the same.
So if that's true, where does it leave us?
The members of the jury are sure to call it for a guilty verdict after this testimony.
Oh no, then what do we do?
If Kazuma-sama were here,
What are you trying to say?
I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony.
What do you mean, somewhere else?
Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate.
Oh, right.
Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in the statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion.
Why do I always seem to be up against it?
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
Oh, yeah, of course. What is it?
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony, is that right, is it? Well, out with it.
What? No, it's not really that at all.
My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything, like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one, every single one. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is?
That will do, Miss Beat.
No, it won't do at all. The Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, I don't think for a minute that Rolly will.
She has special eyes. She's a real culprit. She's murdering someone here in court. Yep. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. Her power is incalculable. But perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Miss Beat. Might that appease you? Yeah, this case is all luck on my part. I assume the next thing she's going to add is going to be something new that I can, like, say that that's incorrect.
Wouldn't it, darling? I could even tell you the names of the 4 books he dropped at the scene.
4 books? 4 books? Objection. So, you're saying that there were 4 books?
That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of the Monsieur Somebody, What's It Yearnings, A Meal for Someone, and The Thing Gummy Something.
I can't believe that last one's actually a book, but... I'm sorry, Miss Beat. I had to sneeze. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours.
Oh no, what flaw?
Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. There was no need for that angle change to say that statement.
What?
have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see, there are only 3 books.
But no, that can't be. I saw them. Oh, I know what it is. Yes, you can't fool me.
Sorry?
It's that big old lump of a dead body. Lady so large, her corpse is blocking the view of the 4th book, that's all.
Let's at least try to remember that the poor woman isn't dead, even if we're insulting her size. No, I'm sorry, Miss Beat. But Mr. Natsume could not possibly have dropped the 4 books you describe.
Why not?
Fascinating. And from your assured tone, something you can readily substantiate with evidence, I presume?
Yeah, his receipt. He only bought 3 books. Evidence.
Counsel, you will present evidence to substantiate your claim or withdraw it. What proof do you have that the accused did not drop 4 books?
Take that!
The evidence is right here, in the form of this bookshop receipt.
From your books?
Yes, this receipt details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed.
No.
Therefore, Mr. Natsume would have only dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime. Also, none of those were books that she mentioned. Those were 3 completely different, or 3 or 4 completely different books. 4 completely different books that she. Anyway, she's just calling a dead woman fat. She's not even dead. She's just calling a living woman fat, who's in the hospital. Therefore, Mr. Natsume would have only dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime. Which means that your powers of observation, madam, cannot be relied upon. So, it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken.
Oh no. Oh no, no.
Objection!
Alright, Mr. Wine Boy. Throw your wine or something.
It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend.
What?
What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene, a fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair?
Ugh, he sees right through me.
But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you.
What are you talking about?
It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect.
Oh?
You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection!
But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books.
Quite right, only 3 can be seen in that print.
That print? You mean to say...
Allow me to present another. One that shows the victim's hand.
The Lion's Pride. Wait! I know what that book is, and it's burnt. That's not a book that was bought. That's a book that the upstairs neighbors owned. That's the book that he really loved that got burnt and was thrown at him from his wife. I don't believe it. It's the 4th book.
As you will observe,
the 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No, I need that photo. That's not something to be shocked about. I would have said, why didn't you show me this earlier? This is very important.
There, you see? Look at that. Look.
Yes.
It's just like I said. Isn't it, my darling?
Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Miss Beat, the titles once again, if you please.
Oh, yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other.
The picture of Monsieur Lecoq. What's it, Yearnings? Canterbury Yearnings. Okay, the other 3 books were his. Okay. A meal for someone. A meal for Gebrow. In fact, yep, those are the 3 books, if I'm correct. Correct, yep. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book's titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Miss Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional. No, Japanese case law and maybe early British law. Did you hear that, Rowley? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir, flawless. Our Patricia is flawless. But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Miss Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the fourth book is that which is shown in this photographic print. I'm sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder what became of that 4th book. Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. Please present that. Please present that right now. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, Counsel? My pleasure, my lord. Second crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record. 4th book has been entered into the court record. The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend, but your resistance until now has been in vain, entertaining yes, but futile. Spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of your recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions, should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty. Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all of the witnesses and eyewitness accounts, is that what he said? And seen all of the evidence. The trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we're in a terrible precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Rinosuke, what do you know? Raise an objection.
Objection!
I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend. It's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast, there's no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but oh, I can't think of what to say. I can think of what to say. This book is not hers. This book is burnt. Oh, look at this. This book has been badly burnt. You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book recently damaged by fire. Why does it seem like to raise a red flag with me? Oh, I had to update it first. Okay. I mean, I could have seen that in the picture. I don't know why it made me do that, but okay. Let me see. It's a book entitled The Lion's Pride. I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all, so it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I've heard of a book by that name before, and very recently, too. It's a title I recognize, too, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed, for a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable.
Mr. Naruhodo.
One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance, so the court will hear you, madam.
Go ahead, Mr. Sato. Please.
Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see to pursue further?
Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you?
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. Yes, I know, it is. Judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. Did I see the other one as well? Okay, yeah. Oh, I can magnifying glass. Nothing else I could really see on her person, though. Oh, thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. I do need those, thank you. Yes, I understand, and thank you, Mr. Sato. This is it. Susato-san managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord.
Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into the case and has hitherto been overlooked.
Take that!
The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print in the crime scene. The fourth book, found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as well you know. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear?
Oh, yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. Yes, you may be right. Okay, yeah, I know. So, counsel, where's the vital clue? Let me show you the thing, please. Thank you. You guys are making me take so long to just show it to you. I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question.
The back? What do you... Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp.
So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It's undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend?
Also, question, shouldn't there be blood on this? There's no blood on this. Oh, it just closed. Okay, well, never mind.
Oh. Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day. Pray do enlighten us at all. What truth does this charred book hide?
Charred book. There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory.
Don't keep us waiting any longer then, counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage that the sorry tome has suffered?
Its owner. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner.
I beg your pardon?
But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers.
The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the question of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers.
Good gracious, how could you possibly?
Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you for if your little gamble goes awry.
Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book?
Take that!
The answer is that book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb, the landlords. And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Miss Garadeb herself.
Oh my goodness, me?
I think you must be mistaken, sir.
I'm not Mr. Garadeb's wife. I'm his maid.
Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garadeb's house?
I would never presume to know all the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is accused as landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public, and you besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection.
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost the exact same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house.
Good lord, what sort of incident, counsel?
A fire, my lord.
Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. Whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book, called The Lion's Pride.
Tolerance, sure, that's the guiding principle. Yeah, honestly. Oh, that lovely nation still struggles with tolerance. TBQH.
The Lion's Pride. By Jove, the very same title that's the subject of this debate.
Oh, dear me.
Objection!
This is risible. All we've told the courts is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire, in which case it would be reasonable to assume that it was burned to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime.
Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garadeb was considerably enraged. Apparently she continued to attack Mr. Garadeb even amid the flames.
Oh, how awful. I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Roly? Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir.
Had all my favorite old novels in that case, but as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. And there was I back up against the window under her heavy enemy fire, incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident. There is no report of the Garadeb's window pane being broken.
That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garadeb household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time and
not even remotely?
Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. There was a fire. There was smoke. Of course the window was open. Duh. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Does the defense postulate the scenario at all, in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim the book found at the scene of the crime was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garadeb's wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. It's not just a possibility, it's a very honest, like, probably the most possible thing. That's enough. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little phone trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward. Really? Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight. Honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It has nothing to do with this beastly case. Not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. No, I assure you that was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now listening to this Nipponese spouting his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache, and he ran away from the scene too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Sorry. What's that? Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zeeks? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then one must always exercise patience in order to save the best vintage. No, wait. The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. What? No forgive the discourtesy this time? In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding to the defendant's culpability, for the courts are here.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Oh, are we doing another one of these?
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Also, why was it even at that point? It was not even before that. There's no discourtesy in leg. Yeah, TBH, there is no discourtesy in leg. He has a lovely, lovely sole of shoe that he is showing to the entire court. Thank you. Thank you for that unambiguous response. That's twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Mr. Sato, have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting... Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You can still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance. My lord, the defense is asked to exercise her right to a summation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. Unlike someone here, I intend to uncover the truth. There's no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. To be continued. Oh, you know what that means. Time for a little break, everyone. Let's have a little, like, 5 minutes? What time is it right now? 7:15. Yeah, let's take a little 5-minute break. Hold on, let me save the game real quick. I'm gonna get myself some snackies. You know, maybe I'll just sit around here for 5 minutes, but I'm gonna get some snackies so I can munch on stuff. Let me pull up my little BRB timer. I don't know where it is actually. I'm just gonna put where is it? Do I not have... Where's my text? Oh, it's not there. Weird. Okay, well, hold on. Let me bring up the text that says I'll be right back. There you go. Yeah. Let's just put that right here. Be right back. Right in the middle. Be right, that'll do. Let's leave it there. All right. Yeah, I will be right back. 5 minutes, maybe a little bit less. I'll just get some snacks. Maybe I'll come back and munch on some while talking to you guys and think about my theories, you know? This is a good time to think about theories. All right. And I am back. Hold on. Let's turn me back on. Put the chair away. Okay. All right. That was actually a lot shorter than I expected to take, but okay. Yeah. Let me think of some theories as I munch on some snack really quick. 7:19. I have a minute. So I'm gonna munch on some Cheetos, some crunchy Cheetos. You can hear all my crinkling. I'm sorry. I can't not crinkle this bag. So I still think there's something up and suspicious with the knife not having a point. My one idea would be, yeah, yesterday I did forget to stop streaming. That did happen. So yesterday after I raided Puff, I forgot his what's their name? Puffy with like several F's. Yesterday after I raided Puffy, I forgot to hit end stream on OBS. Yeah, I noticed when you hit the oof sound. I was like, oh, let me go back to OBS, and then I realized you were commenting, and I was like, wait, does that mean my stream is still on? And it was, because Puffy ended their stream, and then they raided into someone else. So that means I was no longer hosting Puffy, which meant my stream turned back on because I had not hit end stream. So I was streaming for a little bit after my stream ended, and it was just me, like, you can just hear me like rummaging in the background and typing, and then I joined my other friend's stream, and I was talking in his stream, and it was just recording me watching Puffy's stream, me talking in my friend's stream. It was nothing bad happened. It was just me just not saying anything in Puffy stream, just here clicking and clacking. It was really funny. If you see the VOD, if you go into like my past broadcasts, like the last like 40 minutes is just me like just doing nothing. It's really funny. Or like you can hear Puffy stream or my friend stream or me talking to my friend. It's really funny. I need to remember to hit the end stream button. Sometimes when you raid someone, you just forget. Wonder what would have happened if you didn't play the oof sound. My stream would have gone for a while. And it's possible I would have gone to sleep and my stream would have just been on, not playing anything. Which would be really funny. Yeah, you feel like the stream should end automatically once you rate. Yeah, it really should. I'm surprised that it doesn't do that, but I don't know. I'm not Twitch, so I don't know what the heck. I'm listening to Sleeping Manny ASMR. No, I sleep in my room. This computer setup is in my living room. You might have heard me turn on the TV. You would have heard my Google Home go off and like start talking about things and be like, "Hey, this is the weather. Here's the news." You would have heard because my Google Home does that. So that was very, very funny. Thank you, Cinnamon, again for coming in and using the oof sound to make me notice. Okay, just a few more chips and then I'll continue. Yeah, I still think we don't have enough information though. Sorry for loud chip noises, but you know how it is. Chip bags be made very noisy. I don't know if it would have been able to go through the night though, because I put my computer to sleep, and if it went to sleep, it would have cut the network connection, at least for a short bit, and it would have had an error. Yeah, unless I had forgotten to put, because I've also forgotten to put my computer to sleep then yes, there is a small possibility that I would have let my stream go on until the morning, and you might have actually heard some of my like morning calls because I work in the morning. I do IT help desk, so I would have been taking calls. That would have been really bad. I would have had to take down the past broadcast then because that would be against the rules.
I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury, and I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord.
I think there was a streamer who fell asleep on camera and went viral at some point. Yes, there was. I think that happened more than once, honestly. And there have been several streamers who have done like overnight marathons where they like go to sleep in stream, like planned. Like they're like, okay, we're gonna do a thing, and like they set up something automatic for the chat to do, and then they go to sleep and they have the camera pointing to them in their sleep, which seems very dangerous.
Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of his crime.
Judicial findings. Jurors' contentions. The accuser left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to the crime in the window if the window was closed, can it? Dearie me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit.
Look, I just want to get this over with, and I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble.
Did they not pay their jurors at this point? Jeez.
Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes.
Ah. Alright, old man.
Yes, but considerably more tangible arguments from all the members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused fleeing from the scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way.
That means I'm afraid during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here?
Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those two details are all you need to provide.
Fun fact, I was watching someone else went randomly out of the blue. I got a notification that I got a month subscription for you, and I was so confused because before I got the notification, I wasn't even followed to this day, and I still have no idea how someone gifted me a 1 month. So what happens with gift subs, if they're given to the community, it's distributed between people who follow you and people who are friends or like followers of channels that are related to you, if I'm correct. So like if I have friends and also followers in common with other things, like algorithm stuff, essentially. The algorithm decided, oh, there's a sub for the community, we'll give it to this person so they can start watching you. It's kind of what it does.
Who stabbed the woman and how? Those two details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted.
And there I was thinking that this might be hard.
But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise, this will be really where the trial ends.
No pressure then.
That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel?
Oh, yes, my lord. Alright, Ryunosuke, focus your mind now. Clearly, the key to summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid, or should I say Mrs. Garadeb. We have a book that disappeared from the Garadeb's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the two. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Miss Garadeb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say. Oh. We're going to be doing some of that with the jury. Okay, cool. I like that. There was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed I might reconsider. Well, actually, this is going to sound silly, but I kind of want to start with the old man.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case?
Sorry, what's that? You'll have to speak up, lad.
Could you tell us more about that fire?
It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake for my birthday. It had 75 candles on the top, it did. What a sight to behold it was.
You put candles on a cake? Was this some kind of devil worship?
Of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously.
It seems that that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught and everything went up. Whole place filled with smoke.
It definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. How'd you catch a cold from a fire? Here we go.
What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, here it comes, we had to open up all the windows to clear it.
Really? Nothing? The windows.
Biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. I got the terrible cold from it. Put me in a hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry.
I knew it was devil worship all along. Something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street. Okay. Okay. Alright, let's start, whoops. Wait, can I present things to people? No, I can't. Okay. Let's press U.
Hold it!
But as we know, there are 4 books, not 3. Well, what difference does it make? There's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yes, that's the part I have a problem with. Sorry? Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said? That's not exactly how I put it, no. Well, anyway, point is the fellow and his wife were someone else when it happened. I think that's what you call a strong alibi. So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nepalese fellow. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver is about. It's a done deal, isn't it? I suppose it is. I've got nothing witty left to say. If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Alright, well, let's do her again. Dearie me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening even with a direct hit. The little book was on fire at the time, was it not? With flames of love, I'll have you know? There's really no loving incendiary bomb. Well, he brought it upon himself. It's plain fire to betray a fiery love, isn't it? Well, don't you agree? Oh, well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Miss Garrett. Never you mind that. The point is we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. And I won't have any more of those suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime. Right, well, we'll see about that. What about juror number 5? Doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Miss Garrett's relentless onslaughts. It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is. I wonder if that's relevant.
Hold it!
You just want to get this over with. How can you sit there and say something like that? How can you... the man's future is at stake here.
Well, him and me both then, like I said before.
What?
Told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some readies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down the Thames tomorrow morning.
What?
You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about, you know? She can be fierce, believe you me.
Another shining example of marital bliss, then.
Situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, Do you know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember.
Sorry?
It was too frightening, that's the thing. Must have blocked it out.
Helpful. I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf. Don't even go there, Mr. Sato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. Oh, okay, he added that. There you go. You have to open windows to clear the smoke. That's when you get the chill, you see. Yeah, okay, there you go. So I'll pit him against the old man. I didn't think that the old man actually added it to his thing because he seemed like he didn't understand what I said. These two jurors' statements clearly contradict one another.
They do. How exactly, counsel?
Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me.
What's that you say? Speak up, lad, speak up.
Juror number 3, do you see?
Oh, me? See what, sir?
Did you hear juror number 6's account on his birthday celebrations last year?
Seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh!
Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garredev household, and Mr. Garredev had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh, my hat!
There she is.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Miss Garredev. You have to head out today, but good luck. Thank you for passing by, Delta 4. And again, thank you for all the gift subs you gave me yesterday. I very, very much appreciate it. I can't believe I got a hype train, let alone a level 4 hype train going on in here. I am very, very grateful. Thank you so much. You have a good time zone. Mrs. Garadeb.
Oh, dearie me. What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am?
It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now.
Well, what is it?
When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window?
Well, I beg your pardon. What are you insinuating?
The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window.
And what if we did?
Oh, all right then.
Yes, you're right.
My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house was on fire.
Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides? It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise.
Of course, I should have realized.
That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You managed to establish that the window was opened. We simply must have that added to Miss Garadeb's statement. Now you mention it, yes, the window was open at the time. I'd clean forgotten, but it's true.
Okay, so now I could pit these two against each other. The window could have been opened when the woman was throwing books. I mean, it's definitely a possibility.
Objection!
Alright. Is that correct?
Hold it!
Sorry, but as a foreman of the jury, I have to accept that's complete nonsense. No, it isn't. One clarifies the other. Do I just have to do the other one and just let it go through the whole way or something? Come on. Why is this game like this? Alright. Okay, well, let's listen to this lady as well. Let's press. So, you might be willing to change your decision, then you mean?
Oh my, such a light on your face. But I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I am a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman.
That's great.
If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say?
And not at all extreme.
As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So, despite one or two minor puzzlement, I do declare the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say?
Overwhelmingly.
Just modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know? So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you come up with a new one.
I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could. Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern metropolitan lady. Glad you omitted rational there. Okay, now I can press you. Okay, so you're gonna go into more detail. At the point when the victim was attacked on Briar Road, we know that there was a small house fire in the Garadeb household on the opposite side of the street.
Well, yes, it certainly seems that way.
On the account of the smoke, I imagine they would have had the windows wide open in spite of the cold. And we had already gone through this. Yes. We also know that Mrs. Garadeb was throwing flaming books at her husband. Her husband, who was backed into a corner by the window to his wife's frenzied attack. Yes, that's right. Why is she still going? So there's definitely a chance that one of the books could have flown past the man and out the window. Only what? Only I can't really see how I could have gone all the way over to the other side of the road. That's all. Oh. So I don't really see how I can change my decision, really. Oh, I see. And that wasn't enough? What's going to take to persuade these people? Okay. When your house fires are dire, you have to open the windows to clear the smoke. That's when the chill gets you see. Let's go back to the first guy real quick. All $3.
Hold it!
Did you change your statement from before?
Well, yes, it was one of my most memorable birthdays. You see, I couldn't let it go unremembered.
Sure, the defendant will be delighted that you're using his trial to explore your past. And how is that memory related to this case exactly?
Sorry. What's that? You'll have to speak up, I'm afraid.
Never mind, he's as deaf as a post when he wants to be. But actually, this old man's anecdote might just provide the alternative explanation I need to make my point to some of the other jurors.
There's unlit candles on my birthday this year. It's safer that way.
Which means you got 76 candles? That's so many candles. Just get candles that are shaped like numbers, jeez. So the window was open when the Gyarados were arguing that day. Yes, Miss Gyarados finally admitted to it, which is a very significant victory for the defense. Like the fox starting to clear, an alternative explanation to this case starting to show itself. Okay. Oh, we need her to elaborate, don't we? Okay, press. The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Gyarados told us he had been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. Oh, she's the one reacting, so I can't really pursue. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading? I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. Now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as well as you know. As well you know. I really don't. I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it. Why did that make you...
Excuse me.
What the... What is it, juror number 5? You know something? You know something? I remembered what it was, the memory I blocked out. Oh. It was listening to what this granny was saying, brought it all flooding back. Granny? Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? It's Mrs. Gyarados, or the maid, I'll have you know. The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work, like. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. It was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost a day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear, stuck into the wall next to me, it did, about an inch deep. No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know, a god-awful stench of the flames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I could tell you. No, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway. Haha, spousal abuse is so wacky. Yeah, no, this is, Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose the rag, they'll throw anything to you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor. Use the bow or the like. What? Attack? No. Who are you going to attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think. Alright, well, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later if I dare. Surprised you didn't tell me about doing a takedown or something. A woman in rage will hurl almost anything at you. Kitchen knife really brought that home to me. Very well. Will this do? With the window, I mean, it's definitely a possibility. I mean, who do I... Okay, actually, no. Press.
Hold it!
Susato take down Mikotoba is one to talk. Really? Forget if she ever yeets Naruhodo in the middle of a trial. Honestly, she better not. I'm embarrassed enough to be here. Your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you? That's right. She was chopping meat with it. Had a tiny edge on it, believe me. Still, it's all memories, isn't it? It all started with that smile she threw me when we were counting. Since then, the list of things she's thrown at me has grown along with our relationship. There was a cup, then a glass, and a pot, and a kettle, and a chair, a wardrobe, a cooker, a bathtub. Excuse me? A wardrobe and a bathtub? Your wife must be even beefier than you. And things came to a head last week when she threw me right into the flames. Well, I mean, I guess the last thing you could throw at your husband is your husband himself. That's actually a joke that I used to make like years ago, back like during the art grounds was like one of like the you can like draw online with friends. There was a joke that I had made about throwing yourself to someone when they said something dumb, like how you pick up and throw things. Like if you don't have anything nearby, just throw yourself. You just throw yourself. Beef wife, we found a new wife guy, lads. Oh my god, she's got Hulk arms. Still, she's not as bad when she's calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really. I'm so happy for you. If you want to know what I think this whole idea of ladies first that we're so obsessed with in this country was started by some clever lads who'd been tossed into flames a few too many times by the wives. And that's a very interesting theory. What a terrible thought. On the face of it, this juror statement just sounds like a really extreme anecdote. But I think it might turn out to be an extremely powerful weapon. A weapon I might be able to use to make the jurors accept an alternative explanation here. Well, alright, then let's try this, shall we?
Objection!
Alright, that worked. These two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Good grief! You don't mean they contradict each other? Explain, counsel. You mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once. Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We've demonstrated that the fourth book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garadev's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garadev household onto the street below. Hey, what's that now? After all, Mrs. Garadev could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? Oh, thank you for the posture tag. I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling that this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. As a foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? Alright, give me a second. I have a phone call from my from my mom. I have to pick this up. Why did my mom tell me not to go to bed too late? It's 7:50 p.m. no time in my life have I gone to bed at before 8 p.m. Like at 8 p.m. Like what? Okay. Anyway, I'm back. Thank you for waiting, guys. You give us this yawn about some other object making its way to the house. But what? What was it? Okay. I'm really taking a big gamble here. It was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that, at the very least, this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garadib household to the scene of the crime was...
Take that!
Juror number 4, Mrs. Garadib. What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Huh? Good lord, counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man. My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mr. Garadeb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garadeb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who had been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that the book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? Ah, even my missus hasn't got a name like that. Yes, I admit there are many details we don't know yet that we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why we must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my. Oh. Mrs. Garadeb, your answer please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Oh, My lord. My lord? I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but... I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman. Oh, sorry. I skipped all of his dialogue. Jeez. Let me hit history, please. I need to see things. Jeez. I'd have to agree, not that I think... Oh. I'd have to agree, not that I think the granny didn't mind. Yes, you know what? I'm not happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. That's 4. The old man isn't doing it. Interesting. We did it. Again. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty, against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided, and this trial will continue. Now then, Lord Van Zieks, how does this prosecution wish to proceed? This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. What is that, 8? I think that's number 8. But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Zieks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I would barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? That is too far? It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garadeb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garadeb's house to the scene is some, yes, 15 yards. Let me see. 15 yards. That's around 14 meters. 14 meters? Well, that's a little farther than I'd imagined. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury brightly noted as having portentous significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book wantonly heard by the lady of the house traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. There's nothing I can say to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Mr. Sato, serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Maybe let's pick our battles here. My lord, might I be allowed to speak?
As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea of a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore the alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. Mans looks like he just got shot. Yeah, that's a Naruhodo for you. That's the Naruhodo entire family line for you. To that end, juror number 4, Miss Joan Garadeb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination.
Saints alive! I'll cross an examination of a juror. Order. Well, this is highly irregular. It's unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
2 bottles. 8 cups, 2 bottles. Stop. Get help. And unnecessary.
Lord Van Zeeks.
There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before the couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify and testify accordingly. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I think maybe 9 cups, 2 bottles. Yeah, it's between 7 and 9 cups. I actually forgot to count 1, I think. So it's between there, and it's definitely 2 bottles. Both of which, may I add, were on this day. He broke 2 bottles this day itself. Wine bottles are not cheap. I mean, some wine bottles are cheap. Is he drinking cheap wine? He might be drinking cheap wine. Or he might be drinking blood, honestly.
What say you, witnesses?
Oh no, just looking at him makes me sleepy.
Yes, sir. Constable Rolly Beat, reporting for duty, sir.
Well,
good morning, officer.
this man is extra. His wine is not cheap. Yeah, honestly.
Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir.
Oh, they're so heroic, these London bobbies.
Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more.
Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon.
Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request.
Oh.
And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
Yes, sir.
Constable Beats report. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. Believe me, a London bobby is good for his word.
You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garadeb house are top hinged casements. What? Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help. My trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. But Patricia didn't see it, and he said that he was sleeping all the time.
Well, this is quite startling. Top-hinged casement windows. That detail was not in the police report, Constable.
Yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy.
Cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable.
No, sir. Sorry, but... What exactly is a top-hinged casement window?
And you... You cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend.
Of course, sorry. I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's room.
Alright, I'll try.
The window opens in order... So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But as it's a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see?
Oh.
I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. Casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount.
It prevents it opening. That's all news to me.
Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below.
No.
You see the problem then? Good, your education in Windows is complete.
Do-do-do-do.
There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already.
That can't be! Stop reacting so hard. The obvious explanation is that the victim was on the other side of the street, saw that these things had fallen, was like, oh. Did you see that, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony.
He just got shot again. Really?
Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me. Oh, Rolly, you're so strong.
How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed.
Counsel, if you drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination.
My lord. Oh good, another desperate situation.
Constable Beach report.
This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word.
So solid. Okay. Actually, oh, oops, I didn't mean to press. I meant to look at my thing, but okay. Okay, let me look at things real quick. Thing is, they're saying it happened there. Pavement of Briar Road East Side. How did she get over there if that would happen? Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. So she was stabbed. Young woman rendered unconscious. Okay. How can you say that for certain? A very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? I can't say I remember. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of common man. It's what the job's all about. And that's why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes, admittedly. Sir.
Oh, Rolly, you're so manly.
Of course I am, my darling Patricia.
Oh, Pats. Oh, Rolly.
No, none of this is what I meant. I mean, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb?
Ah, I see, sir. I should have said earlier, sir.
Yes, well, could you answer the question?
Absolutely, sir. To the fullest of my ability, sir. Why Mr. and Mrs. Garadev's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing. Yes, I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my wand card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you, I'll try. Thank you, that's actually what I wanted. Very nice of you to give me this thing that I needed to examine. A policeman must strive to preserve peace within his allotted beat, but it wasn't his beat. Patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigation and help detectives. Okay, but it wasn't his beat again. Okay. I did leave the scene to go fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
Hold it!
Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right? That's right, yes. If it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat. So Rolly told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly, that's a terrible compliment. That's not a compliment at all. Oh, please. So I suppose I was gone. For about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Well,
Hold it!
nothing to report. That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir? Seems altogether regular to me. The burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Garadev household, so the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime there the entire time? Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well? Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, that book was already in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. That's important. Is that so? There's something about the statement that's not sitting right with me. Two mysteries of how the knife ended up in her hand, in her back, and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them. Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, I had no right to speak out. What do you mean? I requested the cross-examination of Mrs. Garadev without consulting you. Even if the judge did deny me. Oh, I see. Well, I agree with you, actually. We do need testimony from Miss Garadev if we're going to get to the truth of this matter. Do you really think so? Well, think about it. No matter how far it is across the road or how that window opens, Mr. Garadev's book found its way to the scene of the crime somehow, didn't it? You're right. And then there was Mrs. Garadev's reaction to me showing her the knife. The woman's hiding something, I'm sure of it. You're right again. We need to use this cross-examination to uncover more clues. We'll get to the bottom of this one way or another, I swear. Yes. Okay. Top hinge casements. Oh, actually, let's
Let's press this. This might be a related statement. By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct? Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house. You see, they're restricted as to how much they open. And therefore, anything thrown out of the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark that map. Here is the location where objects would have fallen. Yes. Directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road. Would it have been so hard for someone to mention this hop hinge casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garridub's house is furnished with? Oh, well, sir, it's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Excuse me.
Excuse me? Do you have something to add, Miss B? Mrs. B?
Sorry.
He shouldn't bet him. That was not his beat. He should not have been helping in the investigation. So why was he helping in the investigation? Unless that block is on his beat. What if the west side of the road is his beat, but the east side of the road is not his beat? He looked delighted. Is there some particular reason for that?
Oh, I was just remembering. That's all. We really were so lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see.
Oh, I hadn't realized.
Oh yes, that street, Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one.
Yep. Someone moved the body. Patricia might have moved the body in order to make sure that her anniversary was not impeded.
Isn't that right, my love?
Constable Beat.
Oh, yes, that's right.
That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garridub household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, sir. That really was cutting it close then.
Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garridub household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Mr. Garridub's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat.
I see. I was unaware of that.
Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby, after all.
Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners.
Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling?
That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately.
Case file as information has been updated in the court record.
Now it's my turn, I think.
Wait, what? Reporting officer east side. Okay. What was updated here? So, pavement of Briar Road, reporting officer Rolly beat. The victim, did it just... lies just outside Constable Beat's beat. Okay.
Now it's my turn, I think. Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir?
Yes, of course. What is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
What? I wasn't really. I mean, what's she doing?
Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am.
I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you.
No excuses. I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you?
Yes, Miss Beat, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one.
That was a very loud mutter.
I heard that. The Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Roly won't.
Duly noted, Miss Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue.
What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though.
Hold it!
Miss B, nobody's questioning what you told us.
I saw it. I did. That evening I saw it clearly. I saw the little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky.
Well, very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction?
Oh, yes. Well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Roly. He gets ever so cross.
Interesting. Why is this happening?
Excuse me!
Constable B, is there a problem?
Hey, no, sir, no problem, sir.
Did your wife's remark now just bring something to mind, perhaps?
Oh, well, in a way, sir, yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening is all.
You mean Miss Beat lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. Thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15.
Oh, Roly, you're such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet. Silly.
The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about?
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Roly's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds.
Well, something's wrong here. Yes, how romantic.
I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling?
Oh! Oh, yes. But that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise.
Really? Oh.
What was that all about? Constable Pete looked very obviously troubled during the exchange.
I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet.
Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned, I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Okay. Wait, hold on. Oh, my bad. You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's right. I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back, I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Roly gave me. And I was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first.
You were in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light? And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on?
Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see? That's when I spotted my bouquet again, but the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
In case you needn't reminding, Mrs. B, the victim is not deceased.
I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably.
That's right, silly me. I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. Can't think of how I got there, I really can't.
So oh shit. hold on. So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of the Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. The beautiful rose Rolly brought me with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose?
Oh, yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary, with old bits of change he found in the gutter.
Maybe just call it a rose. Tell us, Lord Van Zeeks, where did you come by the flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garrideb household. In front of the Garrideb's house? Although it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Could I have it back now, please?
No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh.
Anniversary bouquet has been entered into the court record.
But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back.
Good grief. Rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget, Miss Beat. I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment. Saw nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Then, pray tell, how did this rose get across the street?
Objection!
You claim, Constable Beat, there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be.
What do you mean to say?
In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of the Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet if a single sorry bloom could be so described. No doubt it was blown in the wind across the street back into the gutter where it belongs.
Meager.
Objection!
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact?
No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure.
No, because sadly it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Beside Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garrideb's book. Mr. Garrideb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street, but in fact, was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless someone deliberately moved them. Okay, so the police officer moved the body, of course. We know good and well about our good old 1312. Sorry, give myself a hydrate. Let me redeem that. You know you have to redeem your hydrates when you have to drink water.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong. Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Wittering on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is.
Oh good, Mrs. Garrideb's come round. You might call him nitpicking, Mrs. Garrideb, But deliberately meddling with the scene of the crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it, for a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend. Who would possibly have cause to carry out such an elaborate deception?
Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person.
Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime?
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly Beat, it was you. That's right, Ryunosuke Naruhodo is saying a cab. What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. Nobody works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
Objection!
If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh.
And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene.
Ah, well.
Objection!
Oh, I got a munch from Icy. Thank you. Let me munch a nice little cracker. Ouch. How? Mmm. Thank you for the snack.
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something.
Incorrect. There's another reason. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make any sense.
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats.
It's very specific that they went with motive and not proof, but whatever. Constable B had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not to point that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering.
Yes, my lord. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the victim fell. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs.
What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everyone has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend.
Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening? Well, easy. On the opposite side of the road that we've been talking about this whole time. What kind of question is that?
But that's
on the opposite side of the road.
I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Garadev's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Miss Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious!
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right, I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. When he saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print, the victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement of the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing.
What? What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume. Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Ziek said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. Yes, it couldn't have been seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond, Constable Rolly Beat? Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important?
Oh, Rolly. It isn't true, is it? What that lawyer says is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know.
I had a dream, a terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out, everything exposed. Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly! Order! What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, Rolly, why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town. I can't say, sir. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything. If I may, I have a possible explanation. For why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. And yet, Lord Van Ziek, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter such far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are all the same. And I think I have a very good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives away the motions for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions? Yeah.
Take that!
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I only have just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example.
keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly.
But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special.
Special? How?
On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh yes, it was our very first wedding anniversary.
Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Miss Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind? But saw just on that one particular day I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, among the rules of patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with an initial investigation and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat. Is that, or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day?
Yes. Everything you said, it's all right.
So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Oh.
Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat.
Good gracious, Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you've done?
It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigation and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the beat next to mine, Pat, so you'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Meersham Street and then... Yeah. He's crying. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, Constable.
I just wanted, just that one night, to take my Patricia out for dinner.
Oh, Rolly.
Just that one night. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction, just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care.
You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon?
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
Oh, I see your meaning now.
But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat.
Oh no, Roly, that was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Roly.
And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total?
Oh, 4. It was, yes, definitely 4. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garrett household, of course.
But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean. He's going to say it was already in her hand.
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it.
How you found it? What do you mean?
When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding?
Oh, yes, sir, no doubt about it, sir.
Interesting. So, what I think happened was she bent over to pick up the book, and then the knife hit the window, opened, and fell onto her back. But there's still no point on the knife. It couldn't have stabbed. How did this happen? Okay. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. Yeah, it just seems to happen. It seems to be complete, utter, bad luck, this entire case. However which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. My lord.
Yes, Lord Van Zeeks.
I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir. Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Roly? What will happen to him?
For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired.
All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable.
Sir.
Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, sir. Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime.
Oh, never again, never again, sir. You mean to say?
Leave. Now. This trial is not yet over.
Oh, sir.
Okay, they're going to try to help him keep his job, which is fair. It's a very relatable situation. It's the system that's causing the issues. If he wasn't so tired all the time because he had to walk 20 miles through his beat doing all of these inane tasks that shouldn't be up to the police, if they just spread the jobs a little bit more, well, yeah, then these problems wouldn't be happening, huh? That's what the issue still is, isn't it? Anyway, kind of. There's a little bit more now, and probably the same at this point. Anyway, well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could have possibly committed this crime.
Objection!
No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back.
Forgive me for being so presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of the possibility already.
Lord Van Zieks, is this true? Very well. Name the person, if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. You will name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime.
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Why did I say that in an accent?
Once again,
My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Miss Joan Garrideb.
Me? Oh, dearie me.
Objection!
That request has already been denied.
Objection!
Point is okay, it really is. But the situation is very different now. This is not a very well picture. No, it has not been. Mrs. Garrideb, answer me this.
What do you want now, you little toad?
At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garrideb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited, and to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road.
Well, what of it?
You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the window, Upon striking the pane of the open top-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we know now to be the true scene of the incident.
Yes, and as I said, what of it?
During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Miss Garrideb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before?
I don't recall it.
Seriously?
Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said the members of the jury needed to testify, didn't he?
Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4.
Oh?
Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out.
But that's just a common old garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know?
What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Miss Garrideb?
Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop. Do your worst.
Well,
Mr. Naruhodo?
if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror.
Oh.
The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Van Zieks.
I'm going to have to testify?
juror number 4, as I'm sure you will appreciate having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed, truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware.
Oh, dearie me.
So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Miss Garrideb. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels?
Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord.
It keeps going.
It keeps going. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country,
It actually feels real. I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer.
It's almost over? Okay. Witness, state your name and occupation.
Oh, yes, my name is Joan Garadeb. And I'm, well, I'm a juror and such like.
It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or not, or a maid or what anymore. The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam? Or at least the next cross-examination is relatively short. Okay.
Yes, my lord?
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh, dearie me.
Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now.
Oh, I didn't know you were here, John.
Let me bring a teapot to the court. She really did.
Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
But what about your knee, dear?
Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face discipline. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John.
I presume you're Mr. John Garadeb? Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Numberland Fusiliers, sir.
Wow, did I actually say that in one take? Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers. I said Fusiliers wrong, but okay.
Sir. Seen my fair share of action now. Seen my fair share of action, now living the quiet life, as it were.
The quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question?
Oh, well, yes, quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once.
Witness testimony. The Battle of Garadeb.
Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out though, and got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I can find to throw at him.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd notice if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If that bodily thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think. Sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening.
Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems.
The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling for us another minute, we would have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield, you're just a gnat twister from death at any moment.
Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here?
Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife.
In combat, one's focus narrows, such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. Van Zeeks may well be right.
Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination.
The Battle of Garadeb. The Battle of Garadeb.
Yes, on the day you're referring to. Okay.
Okay. Oops, that's the one thing I wanted to press.
Hold it!
Sorry, would you care to elaborate?
Nothing to say, really. Rather partial to a spot of carving, you see? Pipes and whatnot, fishing tackle, you know, that sort of thing.
It's a passion we both share. I like to carve little wooden trinkets too, and then there's my leather work.
Sorry to say we're always losing knives about the place, and we have dozens of the things.
They sell them at the market sometimes, 20 for the price of 19. Needless to say, I snap them up. John prefers to use 2 knives at mealtime too, instead of a knife and fork.
Now, Joan, we don't want people thinking of some kind of savage. Oh! Why are you pouring into the pipe? Why are you pouring into the pipe?
I imagine it's because they don't want to believe it. They can't bear the thought that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim.
Which is entirely understandable, of course, but still. Go on with your testimony, witnesses. Sir.
He doesn't have a cup of tea. Yeah, well, another receptacle is needed. Oh my god.
So you have no intention of admitting it was your knife, unless we could produce proof. Ugh. Even though there's no other credible possibility of Mr. Natsume's innocent.
Objection!
You forget, my notorious friend, that it has yet to be established that the accused is responsible for the attack. As if I could forget. If only there was some way to know who had handled that knife. Yeah, honestly, there's nothing here. Nothing on the handle at all. It's just the fact that the tip is broken. Oh, yep, look at the tip. The tip is broken, yep. Yeah, we saw that earlier. Did that update onto the thing? It didn't, but I suppose wizardry like that is just a dream.
Perhaps you're thinking of fingerprinting, Mr. Naruhodo?
What?
You mean it's not a dream? That sort of wizardry really exists? Whenever people touch anything, they leave behind a unique pattern from their skin. Or so they say.
But I can't see anything. There are already countries in the world where these so-called fingerprints can be used as evidence. Lord Strongheart is currently discussing the matter at the Ministry of Justice. Yes, I believe we are rapidly approaching an era of scientific methods of investigation.
But for now, we shall have to find an alternative method of proving our assertion that this knife found in the victim's back was originally in Mr. and Mrs. Garradeb's house. If only I could transplant this whole incident several years into the future.
That's the extent of our testimony, isn't it?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I think we've heard all of this before, to be honest. I can't say that I'm particularly confident that we'll be able to prove anything new from this testimony.
But in this cross-examination, it's absolutely essential that we establish how this knife came to be at the scene of the incident.
Yes, I know.
Just the tip is broken, you're correct. You're correct, just the tip. I'm sure both of them must be feeling very worried. Worried that it was in fact the knife belonging to one of them that caused the victim's injury. We could find evidence, a tiny shred of evidence to support that theory. It was clinch this trial for us. It would explain everything.
Yes, it would.
So for Seki-san's sake, we must find the last crucial piece of evidence. Okay.
Hold it!
Let's just press everything, I guess. The fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it? Bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. Just so happens to be some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed it around to put it out. The most precarious situation you put yourself in. Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street where the water main isn't connected yet. I have to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need any, you see. The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although that little mustache Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. To defend Mr. Natsume, you mean?
Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off.
Have you actually seen the state of the man?
I believe he uses all his income to buy books.
Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire?
As far as I was concerned at the time,
it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. That is most certainly not true of a Susato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo. How does she know what I was thinking? How does she know I was thinking that? So please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was the knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day? No, honestly, I can't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge.
Fine.
A napkin.
Super done.
A napkin?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, sir? Mr. Garadeb. By Jupiter. Hey, don't shout. Sorry, Hey, don't shoot! Sorry, I beg your pardon. Did your wise remarks just bring something to mind? Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction is somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch. The woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a direct hit with every bally. Ah! Good grief, woman, we're not at home now. This is a court of law. Oh, dearie me. I'm so sorry, dear. What's she even doing with that teapot in here? Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously. Well, take a look at this, then. How do you suppose that happened, Your pipe, sir. I had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes? And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. So yesterday we went to visit these landlords. So in British culture at this time, if you're middle class or higher, it is very much expected that you at least have one maid or butler. However, they are on the precipice, like right on the edge of not really being able to afford a maid, which would put them in lower class if they didn't have a maid. So they're pretending that she, the wife, is the maid. Therefore, people will perceive them as being middle class instead of being lower class. So it's just to make their perception be higher. They were lying to everyone, saying that they had a maid and the wife was the maid. But it was just the wife pretending to be the maid. See, your pipe was broken. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Alright, the first maid redeem. Oh my god. Please don't say that while Chu is in chat. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now. Huh, you all want to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? I wonder what we should make of this account. Could be important. Good. It's good that you don't get it. Good. Okay. The defense believes Mr. Garadev's remarks now just now to be of great significance. This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Angie. No. Indeed, common sense, one might say. Might one? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir? Well, I don't see why not. Oh, dearie me. There you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with the young lady. Very well. The court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. Well. Here we go. It looks to be in a sorry state with that bandage around it, doesn't it? But for some reason it feels slightly ominous to me, like it's trying to shout out a warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Garadev's dressing gown. I suppose it must have considerable sentimental value to Mr. Garadev, given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing it like this. Either that or he can't afford to replace it, which is most likely the case. There's a small nick out of the bowl here. Look, it appears to have been made relatively recently. You can see there are little scrapes and dents all over it. It's clearly a well-loved pipe. Yes, you're right. It seems to me recently that being well-loved goes hand in hand with getting some battle scars. Particular nick is catching my eye though, because it's clearly new. There it is! the tip. Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there. Yes, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think. Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. Tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. That's all we needed. Thank you, boys. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down. Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Soda-san, we'll have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garadeb. Now that if we could return to the crux of the matter, what can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim? Yeah, you'd think that he would notice that, but I guess he hasn't been filling his pipe with tobacco at all, which I guess makes him stirring his tea with it a little less gross. He's not smoking his pipe, he's just, what's the it's when you feel like you need to have something in your mouth. It's why a lot of people keep smoking and have trouble getting stopping smoking, and why they tend to move to like vaping even without nicotine. They'll move over to vaping because they need something in their mouth.
Objection!
That's what I was trying to say he has. Oral fixation, yes, thank you. Mr. Garadeb, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a bally thing. Oh, you can't? Oh, you used to call me Deadeye Deb back in the regiment, of course. But that was some time ago now, even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest. Oh, he does, dearie me. It's rather wearing being asked every other letter and every other word. You must be very dizzy. Bap. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal. Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear to be at first a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Deadeye Deb sounds like Deborah, who from accounting, who sees everything, always watching. Oh my god, that's beautiful. Deadeye Deb. If I ever meet someone named Deborah, I'm gonna call her that. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe. My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? Absolutely. I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence that was already in the court record, I believe that this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case? Oops, right there.
Take that!
This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you'll see that there's a small piece at the tip of the blade that's missing. Common issue with inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in the victims' bodies. And what of this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe. Oh my god, that dramatic. It looks like I stabbed him in the heart. Good grief, Lord Van Zeeks! I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Good golly gosh! We did it, everyone! We solved the murder trial! Well, it's not a murder, it's a stabbing, Manny. Get it right. Order! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery?
This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle! So Van Zieks has figured it out, has he? Council, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once! Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garadev's pipe? Something like that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles. She did? Yes. Would have never been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh, dearie me. During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Miss Garadev flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garadev and instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord! Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garadev's pipe. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1! And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out the open window. Oh. In short, this knife which fell from the window of the Garadev's house is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh no! Oh my god, his pants are, his jacket is still burnt up from the fire, I just realized that. A full-bodied theory, I give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his arguments. Sorry? But after all, it's just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see, it's spoilt by an insurmountable inconsistency. An insurmountable... what?
A game theory. Good luck attorney. Thank you for passing by, Puffy. Hope you have a good time zone.
Lord Van Zieks, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back.
Yes, in her... Oh. What? How? That's right, you silly little man.
Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about?
Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more.
The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back.
Ugh. Why are you surprised? It's obvious that the book fell down first. She saw the book on the ground. She was like, what's this? She bent over, and as she was bent over, the knife just happened to fall on her back. It is 1,000,001 case to happen, but it's how it happened. Miracles and of unfortunate events happen all of the time. Quite right, you see? That's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head.
Well,
no. Come on, Ryunosuke. You should know better than this. What is wrong with you?
It would appear the defense has made a rather spectacular blunder. If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. In your theory, my learned friend, is history.
Oh my god, why are you so... It is such an easy one! What do you mean we were so close? You could still see the truth! I'm so mad at him right now. If I were in the courtroom right now, I would whap him one on the head real hard. I would give him a Susanoo takedown right in the middle of the court. I'm so sure we were on the right track. Don't be too hard at him. He's new at this. He's found all of these like weird like things that you would have to think hard about. And then he can't really think about, oh, you know, Why was the book in her hand? Because she bent over to pick it up. That would explain why the knife that was probably thrown from above landed in her back. God. Swear to God. But now the way has been blocked by completely just by one simple inconsistency. Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency. The theory will stand. Miss Usato. You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all. And your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is inside the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is in there.
Seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed.
Objection!
Objection. Excuse me. This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of the back. Under normal circumstances, that is.
What are you implying? Counsel?
There is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife fell from above. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer.
Goodness. Utter madness. Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of what you speak.
This is the last inconsistency, the final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is
Take that!
the fourth book. The fourth book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present.
The burnt book. Is that not Mr. Garadeb's book?
Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand.
But as we all now know,
It was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that.
quite so, as part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road.
That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place that book in the victim's hands?
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I moved that as well.
So in other words, the victim had already picked up the book of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound.
Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything.
So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand?
But by Jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now.
Oh dearie me! We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garadeb household onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment, the young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her.
The book I threw.
Yes, Miss Garadeb. And what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement?
Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down and picked the book up.
Yes, that is exactly what, in fact, what the woman did. She picked up the book.
Oh heavens!
And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, In the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, the next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind the screen, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume.
Well, I never.
It appeared to Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor, in the dark and the fog. He didn't see the knife falling on her from above.
And from the other direction,
The constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker.
so there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place.
No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb, the very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that.
There, old bean.
Poor Mrs. Garadeb. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book, and I threw the knife as well.
John, dear. It's alright, I know.
I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry. He's gonna fall over. Oh my god. Well, at least the lady is just currently comatose. She's not dead. Hopefully she wakes up soon.
Lord Van Zeeks, what news of Mrs. Garadeb?
She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern.
Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could have easily been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital from where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon.
It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her. How wonderful! The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news.
So, Mr. Soseki Natsume?
Yes.
On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. No, it is me who should be begging your pardon.
Oh no, Mr. Natsume.
That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead.
Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too. Suppose she must have looked completely lifeless.
It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me.
poor Soseki-san. His imagination really has got the better of him. Yes, poor man.
So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry. One could indeed say that sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by the spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zeeks and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirits exorcised. I heartily commend you both.
Oh.
Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times.
Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure. Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know, but I know that what her decision would be. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. I say, I'll have a cork of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I here demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Hooray! Oh my god, the giant explosion. Welcome back. We just won the case. Very well, Mr. Soseki Natsume. I here pronounce you not guilty. We've done it. We've done it again, boys. We've solved the case. Yay. What? Okay.
And finally, Mr. Natsume. Oh yes, Lord, sir. You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me.
That's foreshadowing, isn't it? He's gonna be the Larry Butts, isn't he? He's gonna show up in the next game, isn't he? Oh god.
Oh yes, sir, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears.
Yes, unleash the confetti and fireworks inside the courtroom. Kipe's 8-3C face definitely has told me that is definitely foreshadowing. He's definitely gonna be the Larry Butts of this series. Oh boy.
Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned.
When something smells, it's gotta be the butts. 20th February, 3:17 p.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber.
Oh, locum.
Wait, you mean me?
Of course, is there another locum here?
Is there even one? Compared to the original locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name?
Oh, at last, I'm free, I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation!
You said jubilee twice in there. You're not allowed to do that.
Heady, hearty, happiness, hurrah!
Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsume's delighted. Would it be so hard to just say that then?
Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink.
Well, what happened to the poor woman who was in no way... Wait. Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault, after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now.
No, not that. Lovely, loyal locum lawyer.
Yes?
I mean, as I said before, I've just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback.
No, dear. I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume.
But today, you locum lawyer gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born!"
Well, that's really flattering, and we're really pleased for you.
This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount my old friends back in Japan.
An anecdote? Is that what's become of all my hard work? You know what? I think I know who this is.
There you are, my dear fellows.
Nope, wrong person. Dang it.
I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you.
I see I am here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say.
Oh.
The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck.
It's just finished.
What? No! Then my haste was in vain. Oh, it's you! Herlock Sholmes.
Oh, have we met, sir? This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in gloom. Either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light. Charming.
This is all your fault, Herlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind.
My apologies, sir, but I assure you I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not?
Ah.
Had she been taken to the hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now.
Oh.
But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I like how he's like both making like he just like put guilt on him so he could like shut up for a little bit, and then he's like, but it's okay, like anyone would have done that. It's human.
I do feel very bad about how I behaved.
Well, never mind now then. What was it that you wanted to say to me, sir?
Nothing.
He's circle gaming you, yep. Priceless? Oh, I am sorry, really, but that was quite priceless. Poor Soseki-san. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty.
But there is no bright side.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume?
Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper.
Oh, Lord Van Zeeks.
I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed.
It'll be all right, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hiya! Why do you? No, not me. Oh. With a perfectly executed Susato takedown. Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Miss Susato. Yeah, that pose was like that. It really was. I love Sholmes. He's a terrible person, and he's an idiot, and I love him. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan?
Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon.
Oh.
It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped.
I mean, he has friends both here and over there. He's definitely friends with the other guy in the apartment, the Jojo guy.
And I have come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it.
That's very touching, Mr. Natsume.
Or, and perhaps in less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse.
That's not it at all! The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own.
Oh, I see. A work of literature by Soseki-san. Could be an interesting read. And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry, what about us?
Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot?
Why would we? We just got here.
A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And now only does it feel as though we finally found our feet.
And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not?
That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us.
I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted.
Well then, you could take my lodgings.
Oh, the windowless room.
But what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls.
Great.
And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit.
Oh my, an evil spirit.
Does he mean the cat?
Oh yes. It tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call.
Well, think about it, if that's alright.
Oh. Excuse me while I yawn.
Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me?
Really?
Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with a landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is clearing the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of?
Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to taking lodgings in the great detective's office's attic. I'm too overcome for words.
So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. Well, look, this is totally not more foreshadowing. Oh no. Oh jeez, it's the attic woman. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume, I insist.
I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes.
Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take too long.
Somebody's happy? A dusty, rusty, musty attic, yeah.
Locum, I knew you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London.
Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you too. It's a shame we're gonna have to say goodbye so soon.
Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum, we'll meet again one day.
Yeah, I'm sure. And hopefully by then I'll be a successful lawyer.
Hopefully by then I'll be a successful author.
Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, Mr. Sholmes.
Wait. Wow, this is totally not more foreshadowing. Do you mean that we get to live with a cat? It lives with us in the attic. I would like that. I would definitely like that. I have little doubt Mr. Natsume... Well, I have little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what it was to become a new home, 22 1B Baker Street. Or at least the attic of it. 20th February, 4:41 p.m. The attic room. Ooh, I love that little, what's it called? Like when the background moves at a different layer than the foreground. Love that. Why can't I remember words today? So this... Parallax scrolling. There you go. Is to be your new office, yes. Or office. I rather like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see this, Cosma. It's only a small step. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. Oh, sorry about that, Cinnamon Rolls. Yeah, you can't post links here. So my dear fellows, do you like the place? Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Yes, thank you so much. Oh, he's not, oh, look at his clothing. Hello. You look way more dashing without a hat. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. Oh, you didn't... Oh, you might have put like a period somewhere. Hold on. Does it show me? No, it didn't. Yeah, I don't have the chat open with a thing on, so it doesn't show me what you posted. But yeah, sometimes if you put a period too close to another word, like, or within a word, like if you do o maybe, it'll do that. So don't worry about it. It just I just have it so it just deletes the links. Good. I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. All right then. Susie, you can be in charge of the salads. Splendid. Yeah, I don't think I have anything to auto-ban unless you say like specific words, then maybe it would probably auto-ban you. But for the most part, links, yeah, just in case, links are prohibited, but it just times you out and purges your messages. That's all. So Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's really exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at the premises. Until I could discover the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place full of wonder, opportunity, and prosperity and mirth. But the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies beyond London's facade already. Okay, so here's the deal. Chapter almost over to end now, but you will find out the cat's name at the beginning of the next chapter. Well, you know what? I'll just have to wait for the next chapter. It's gonna hurt me. I know. But I'll just have to wait. Ugh. Yeah. We'll just wait. And we'll see the cat's name next time. Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies beyond London's facade already. So, once again, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London. That was beautiful. Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. And that, my good fellow of my Twitch audience, is the end of Case 4. The Tale of the Clouded Kokoro. That's still a really dumb name for that case. And next, tomorrow, we'll be doing the adventure of the... No, not tomorrow, actually. I'm not streaming tomorrow. I'll be at Chu's stream tomorrow. Let me just give Chu a shout out. Or at least his streaming channel. If you want to hear my beautiful dulcet tones of my voice, I will be at the Small Cafe. If Chu is streaming tomorrow, he probably will be. And if he's not, just follow him anyway. I tend to be there on the weekends anyway. Natsume had a book called Kokoro. Did he? Oh, I see. Yeah, you're right. Natsume is an actual person. let's look up Natsume, shall we? Natsume Soseki. Natsume Soseki, born Natsume Kinnosuke, was a Japanese novelist. He's best known for, around the world for his novels Kokoro, Botchan, I Am Cat, and Kusamakura. I actually have heard of I Am Cat. I didn't know that that was him. That's why I recognize his name. It's because he's the writer of this. Of course I would have heard of the book called I Am Cat, because I Am Cat. Anyway, yes, Natsume Soseki is, or Soseki Natsume, is in fact a real person who has written real books. And when did he start writing? Because he didn't start writing until after like the early 1900s. His literary career began in 1903 when he started contribute renku, haiku style linked verse. Then he started short stories in 1905. Okay, so that's when he started writing. So if we're going in canonical times, the year is probably 1903, 1904. There, we've solved the mystery. Anyway, let me get let's go to this screen so we can just play some music while I look through stuff. Again, thank you everybody for coming to the stream. I will probably stream again. It might be, I might do the final cases on Monday and Tuesday next week. Because Wednesday I am going to Florida. Hold on, this music is loud again, isn't it? Yeah, well, you can hear me. Wednesday I'll be flying over to visit my good friends in the chat, August Daughter and Lil Chu, who are currently in Florida. August Daughter is in Florida and Lil Chu is visiting. But I will be going to visit my friends for a week. So I will be probably not streaming. We might do an impromptu stream. I'm not sure whether we're gonna do it on Chu's channel or my channel, but we might do an impromptu cooking stream because we've had that idea kind of just. It's just a little idea that we've had while we're over there. But other than that, I probably won't be streaming after Tuesday next week. But we will finish this game next week, Monday and Tuesday. Keep an eye out for that. And it will be the last chapter of the first part of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, Great Ace Attorney Adventures. We'll finish the first game. And then when I come back in October, we'll probably take a little break from Greatest Attorney Chronicles. I'm probably going to do a day or two when I'm going to be playing a bunch of rhythm games, and then we'll get back to Greatest Attorney Chronicles. So, impromptu stream. Yeah, that's what it's going to be. But yeah, again, thank you everybody for coming. We're going to raid. Let's see, who's streaming? Oh, Rosebud didn't finish yesterday, but let's see if anybody else is streaming. Pup Lion is doing Kid Pix Deluxe, and then Jonathan Vera is doing Kid Pix 1.0, which is interesting. I kind of want to raid Pup Lion. How long has Pup Lion been streaming? Not long. So Pup Lion is a duo of wonderful friends. They're a lovely couple of lesbians who are VTubers here on Twitch, and right now it looks like they're messing around with Kid Pix. I'm not sure exactly what they do, but I'm sure it's going to be a fun time. So I'm going to send you guys over there. Let's just do a /raid Pup Lion. No, don't ask for the I put the channel name already there, Twitch. Why are you gonna? Okay, thank you. Cool. And our raid message will be, let's do, I don't know. Let's do, the Kokoro case was solved. And then again, your favorite cat emotes. If you have my emotes, you can of course do a nice old pog. Or if you don't have mine, feel free to use any cat emotes or emoji that you want to use. I'm not the only person with with cat emotes as well. But the Kokoro case was solved. That'll have to do. I'll see you guys probably in some other people's streams, because I do hang around in other people's streams. If you go to, again, the small cafe tomorrow, if Chu does decide to stream, I will be there. And if not, I'll see you on Monday and Tuesday for the finale of this game. I'll see you guys then. Goodbye. Oh my god, the song is called Won the Case. I just noticed that. How fitting to end the stream with Won the Case.